Hello, everyone. Welcome to the FINS presentation today. It's a pleasure for me to talk with you. I'll be going through a presentation of the financial solutions that FINS offers. Please feel free to address your questions in the chat, and we'll take those either directly when you ask them or at the end of the presentation. All questions are welcomed. I am happy to answer anything that you might want to know. We will go now to the presentation that we have prepared for you. All right. Just a second. Yeah, here we are. So why FINS and why are we here today? We start from this very simple belief that lack of money should not stop anyone from pursuing the excellent education. If you have what it takes to be accepted at a great university, then the fact that you are more or less lucky to come from a family that has a financial means shouldn't impede on your ability to pursue that and then to start on your career track. All right, that's what's driving us. So this is what we're going to talk about today. The problem about accessibility of student loans and lack of financing, the solutions that we offer to students from all over Europe, a little bit about who is FINS and why are we here in front of you. How much will it cost you, tuition and living, the cost differences between countries, how much money can you borrow with our help, how does a customized loan for your needs looks like, who's eligible, who can we help, who we can't, and just a little bit about of details about the application process. All right. And then we'll go to minimal details about the documentations that you require. All right. So a little bit about us. FINS is part of Educativa, a group of social enterprises in the education space. We're mainly working in Central and Eastern Europe. Among of the things that we've been doing for the past 15 years is IUF, the International University Fair. We've started in Romania and then expanded to other countries. We have some of the top educational consulting services in Europe, among which Edmundo and Universalia. We work with thousands of students every year for more than 12 years now. And on the basis of this experience, we have identified this big problem of lack of financing specifically designed for the need of students. And as such, we have started FINS, which is a non-bank financial institution, specifically to be able to address this need. All right. Now, what's the problem we are tackling here is that roughly around 50% of the students admitted to study abroad end up not enrolling. And the main reason being not finding funding. Even some of those who actually start enrolling, some of them quit their studies because the plans that they had in the beginning about financing don't exactly work out. And then there's another category of people who are considering studying abroad, but the very prospects of the costs associated with that are so problematic that they don't even go further with their application, right? For all of these categories of people, we provide this solution that we're going to talk about today. If tuition fees are not necessarily an issue in many countries, they are higher only in some countries in Europe. The living expenses of students abroad are a challenge to many people. And there are very few student loans specifically designed to finance this specific need. And when we say real student loans, we mean those that have the characteristics necessary for a student. And we're going to go into more details about that soon. Now, whose problem are we solving? We have two situations here that we can look at. For example, Mary, in this example, she doesn't really have money for living costs in the UK, unlike some of her colleagues. She might be eligible for a loan or not, but her main challenge is about living costs, right? Whereas in the case of John, let's say that his parents could help every month with the living cost, but the tuition fee is so large and it's upfront, and that's an effort that they can't really help him with. So if he's unable to pay for the studies, he can't really go. Now we offer a solution to both of these conditions, either for the money needed for living cost or for the money needed for tuition fees, yeah, or a combination of that. Who are the people we are actually trying to help? Now, when banks look at these students, yeah, like yourselves, their perspective is in a tragical but funny but tragical way of ninjas, which is people with no income, no jobs, and no assets. So there's very little information or guarantees that would enable a bank in a traditional making process to extend a loan to people who have never earned a wage or who don't have relevant work experience, or they don't have a collateral like a house or an apartment to guarantee with, right? Now, the exact same people for us are Henrys. That's our perspective, which is high earners not rich yet. There are some examples here of students that we have financed already, going to Netherlands, to France, to Spain for in various domains like law, human rights, architecture, and so on. We believe that these people will go to the top universities in Europe, and then they will progress to have very good professional careers. Most likely, if not in the top 1%, most likely in the top 10% of their generation. And as such, their career will take off and they will make the money necessary to repay the loan. So we are investing in the potential, not in the capability to repay the loan right now, but in the potential of these people. Now, let's get back to the real study loans. There's a comparison here between the solutions that FINS offer and the ones offered by banks, right? And the most important ones are like this, from the evaluation perspective. We have no mandatory requirement for prior employment or for prior earnings history. Now, of course, if you did work before and if you did earn money before, that's excellent. And it gives you extra advantages in the evaluation process, right? That is not a mandatory requirement, right? We don't have a requirement for real estate guarantee. So you don't have to come with your parents' house or apartment to give it as guarantee. We have a very extended grace period, for the entire duration of your studies. If it's for master degrees, 1 to 2 years. If it's for undergraduate degrees, bachelor degrees, for 3-4 years of studies. And then another grace period for 6 to 12 months after graduation. That's 6 months for people graduating from bachelor programs and 12 months for people graduating from master programs. Right? The loan is very flexible and can be used for anything that you might need, tuition fees, living expenses, and in most cases, the loans go directly to the students. So we've touched upon a number of things that are specific to FINS. When you look on the other side with banks, most banks would require a job history, would require income proof. If the amount is somewhat larger, more than 10,000 euros or 15,000 euros, often they require real estate guarantees. Very few banks in some countries, none offer grace period for the duration of your studies. They have the expectation that you're going to start repaying very soon, 1 month, 3 months, 6 months after the start of your studies, which is really, you can't really do that since you're involved with studying. And even if you have a job, most likely it's a student job that only helps with the living cost that you have. You don't make enough money to be able to start repaying the loan. And there is usually no grace period after the graduation. So these are 4 key elements in which we build a product specifically designed for the needs of the students, right? Another important point I'd like to touch upon is that all our loans are customized to meet the monthly student needs. So part of the application process is that you have to present a budget that takes into account all the expenses, all the costs that you're going to have for the duration of your studies, and all the financial resources you rely upon. Maybe you have some savings, maybe you get some help from your family, maybe you want to work part-time. After all of this is taken into account, we see how much money you need every month for the duration of your studies, and we customize a financial solution specifically for that use case. And this is very different from how a traditional bank would look at. If they would grant you a loan, they would give it to you upfront, right? Or if they don't give it to you, if they give it to your parents, they give it to you upfront. The meaning of this, the implication of this is if you get all the money upfront, but you don't need all of the money upfront, you start paying interest on a higher amount earlier, right? With our solution, you only start paying interest on the money that you have actually used, right? The repayment is structured to be affordable. All our loans are signed for the maximum period, which is 5 years period of repayment after the studies, after the grace period for graduates of master programs, and 10 years for graduates of bachelor programs. But the important point here is that if you decide to repay the loan earlier, you are at all times free to do that, right? So this is just the maximum period, okay? And on top of the features of our financial product, we also look into helping our alumni, the students that we have financed, with career and networking opportunities that will help you to find a job and a nice career more easily after you have graduated. All right. Now, before you start thinking about how much money do you want to borrow, if you need to borrow, it's very important to understand your costs. And there are a couple of resources here that you can use to understand your cost. Two of them, expatistan.com and numbevo.com, are services where you can compare the cost of living from where you are right now to where you want to go and see important differences. And if you need help with the application to the university or with realizing the budget, then you can also work with our colleagues in our educational consulting services at Mundo and Universali, right? You need to take into account at least these big categories that are listed here: the tuition fee, the housing cost. Pay particular attention if you have to pay any deposit to the rent, if there are utilities that come on top of the rent and so forth. Transportation, the initial airplanes, maybe you want to come back for specific holidays to your families, that's also a cost. And then there's the local cost, which can be higher or lower depending on where you choose to go to study. There's food, of course, and then all the other expenses, mobile phone and internet, and various other out-of-pocket expenses that you might have. We provide for you a template of a budget, and we also can help you with a financial counselor to work through it if you need this kind of help. Okay. On our website, in the application section, you can find this template for the budget. There you'll see that they will ask you about the expenses. The document asks you to fill in information about the expense categories that I just mentioned: tuition fee, housing, transportation, food, and the others. And then a list of all the cash inflows that you rely on, right? What I mentioned earlier, the savings, the family support, maybe you have a scholarship, maybe you want to work part-time, if there is a case for any other loan, at the end of which results your financing need, okay? Now, an important question is, how much can you borrow? And there are several categories here. Let's look at the undergraduate programs, the bachelor programs. They go up to 4 years, and you can borrow up to a maximum of 25,000 euros. Whereas for the graduate master programs, they're split in 2 subcategories. Those that have a duration of maximum 12 months. For those, we can give you up to a maximum of 12,000 euros. For those who have a duration larger than 12 months, for those we can give you up to a maximum of 18,000 euros. These are maximum amounts. You don't need to take the maximum. You can borrow lower amounts. All right. This is an important slide. It may look very complicated, but it's important for you to understand it, not only from the perspective of a study loan with things, but generally to understand how loans work, right? So you have a use period. In our case, it's a study period, which can be 1-2 years for master or 3-4 years for undergraduate. Then you have a grace period after your study period has finished, which is 6 months for undergraduate programs and 12 months for master programs. And then you have a repayment period, which can be either 5 years or 10 years. Okay. It's important to understand the differences between these categories because they are similar in some ways and they are different in other ways, and that I'll be explaining further on. Now, in your study period, the amount of money that you borrow increases every month. So you start from day one when you haven't used any of the loan yet, and then you make these drawings every month. You get from us as much as you need, 500 euro, 800 euro, 1,000 euro, and so on. And the amount of borrowed money increases every month. By the end of your studies, you will have added this utilization and you have drawn the entire amount of the loan. Right? Then you have the grace period. You finished your studies and you're now looking for a job. And you can have between 6 and 12 months from us for this. In this period, we don't give you any more money in terms of principal, but you don't have to start to repay. Yeah? So it continues like this for the duration of the grace period. And then you start the repayment period, when you start repaying back the money that you borrowed month by month in a very predictive way. We give you a full description of the graphic of the utilization and repayment schedule. So as I mentioned, there's no repayment required in the study period and the grace period, but you can pay early if desired. So you have this option, but you're not required to. And then in the repayment period, you have the monthly repayment required and the same possibility of early repayment. In some particular cases, when the amount of money borrowed is high, like the maximum of 25,000 euro, we have the possibility of limiting the monthly payments in the first 1 or 2 years after you have graduated, so that it is on a more affordable level for you. Right? Now, what does this cost? So you have this one-time loan granting fee, which is 250 euro. And then you have a monthly administration fee that comes in every month for the entire duration of the loan. And next to this, there's an interest that has a rate that I'll be talking about applied to the amount of borrowed money, right? So the interest will be increasing during your study period because there's a percentage applied to the borrowed money amount, which is increasing every month, right? In the grace period, it will be constant. You have the full amount of the loan constant, hence the interest on it is constant. And then in the repayment period, when the amount of money borrowed is decreasing, your interest will be decreasing as well. Okay. Now, the interest is computed as a percentage of the interest rate applied to this amount of borrowed money. This interest rate has this index, Euribor at 1 month, plus a risk margin, which is between 9.5% and 12.5%, depending on the category of risk that result from the evaluation of your application. Okay. This interest rate stays the same for the duration of the study period and the grace period, and for the first 6 months in the repayment period. After you have repaid in the repayment period for 6 months in time, what you have to pay back, we consider that your risk profile has changed. Most likely by now you have a job, you have a recurrent income, you have shown the ability to honor your obligations to pay back in time. Hence, your risk profile has changed. Hence, the interest rate associated with it can decrease. So it decreases to Euribor 1 month plus 9%, and it stays like this for the duration of the loan, the entire duration of the repayment period. Okay, what is this Euribor 1 month? It is an interest rate calculated independently in the European markets. It's an average of the interest rate that banks are using to lend money between themselves. It is not an indicator that is established by one particular institution, so nobody can decide how much it is. It is an average of the market. And if you look in the bottom right corner of the slide, you see the values in the past 5 years for this Euribor, for this index 1 month, and they're all in the negative territory. The implication of this is that as long as this stays in negative territory, the basis of your loan is 0. I would consider it as 0. So if you're quoted an interest rate of Euribor 1 month plus 9.5%, that means your interest rate is actually 0 plus 9.5, so 9.5. Okay. We can discuss more of these details if you start your application, of course. Now, what you see here is a call to action to see how a loan customized to your needs can be done on our website. And I'll stop this share and I will go to our website. Just a second. Here you are. And if you go to the loan calculator, you can see how you can customize your loan. Let's say you want to go for a master's study and you want to borrow 15,000 euro. right? You need in the beginning, let's say 1,500 to pay a deposit for the rent. You're gonna start in September 2021, and your study will be for up to 2 years. So you'll be graduating somewhere in June 2023, right? Then the interest rate, and you can see the differences between various interest rates. This is only established after you make your application as part of our evaluation process, and will come to you in our financial office. And you calculate, and you can see here an indicative offer, right? You borrow this 15,000, and this is how it's scheduled, the credit use, month by month, with the initial advance to you, the 1,500 that you get, and then in this particular case, 643 euro every month. Of course, this will be customized by us depending on your needs. And you can see here all the costs associated, the interest, which is increasing as the borrowed amount is increasing, the monthly administration fee, and the total monthly rate is what you have to pay every month, right? And such a graphic of utilization and reimbursement can be built especially exactly for what you need. Now, going back to our presentation, this is where we are. So I encourage you to go and work like that, and you can also be in contact with us if you need further help to customize what a loan could look like. Now, who can we help and who we can't? You have to be an EU citizen to be able to be eligible for these loans and have no outstanding bad debt towards the financial institution. And you have to pursue your studies at a recognized higher education institution, one that has an Erasmus charter. And most institutions in Europe have it, and there are very few who don't have it. And there are some particular conditions for the applicants for master programs, which is that the master program that you are pursuing has to be in a country other than either the one in which you completed your bachelor degree or the one in which is your country of residence, right? If you live in another country, if you've been living there for a longer period of time, for more than 3 months prior to your application, then the destination for your master program has to be different. If you just moved there for the master program, if you're there for less than 3 months, then you can still be applying, and still be eligible. Okay. Now, how does this work, the application process? We encourage you to apply as soon as you know at what university you want to go to. You don't have to be accepted yet necessarily in this stage, but you can make an application to be evaluated by us and to get an answer to see if you'd be eligible or not, if you can get an offer from us. In this way, you will know if you can rely on the money from us or not in your budget. So you apply online on our website. We evaluate the application, usually is in a few working days. And then if the result of this first stage evaluation is positive, we invite you to an interview. This usually takes place in a week or 10 days or so. It's done on a video conference or Microsoft Teams. And then after your interview, you get a final answer from us. If it's negative, it means we can't help you and we're sorry. If it's positive, you get a financial offer from us, which is customized to the needs that are shown to us in your budget. And this financial offer can be either conditional or unconditional. Most cases, if you apply when you are still in school, like you want to go to a master program, but you still haven't finished your undergraduate degree, then our offer will be conditional. And the condition will be for you to graduate your bachelor degree and to have an offer of acceptance from the university that you want to go to for the master program, all right? And then you sign the loan contract after you accept the offer from us, and you can start using the money. Now, the online application has a few elements in it that you have to fill in. It's very similar to the application that you would make to an international university, in the sense that we ask for your academic transcript, a CV, a recommendation letter, and then there are some elements specific to things. We want you to prepare that budget that we've been talking about earlier using our template, and we need your consent for a financial background verification to make sure that you have no outstanding bad debts, right? And if you do have income, if you have had a job and earning, then you have the option to also show us your income statement, and this will help, it will improve your points in our evaluation. We will eventually need the unconditional academic offer from the university. You don't necessarily have to provide it at the moment you apply. You can apply without it, but in this case, if our decision is positive, we will give you a conditional offer, right? Similar for undergraduate applicants, we need your high school diploma, and for master applicants, we need your undergraduate or bachelor diploma, okay? In very few cases, when you want to go to study to an institution that doesn't have an Erasmus charter, and you still want to pursue it, then we will need to have a guarantor from you. And in those particular cases, we will need an income statement from the guarantor and the consent form for his financial background verification. But these are more of a minority of the situations. Most likely, you will be able to apply for loans that do not require a guarantor. All right. And here's the email address that you can use to contact us, info@hellofins.com. We try to answer fairly quickly there. And we're open for questions. Any questions you might have. We'll still be around for a few minutes. And if not, I'll be expanding your emails on this address. Thank you.
Alex, thank you for your presentation. Let's wait another minute or so to see if we have any other questions. And if not, we'll invite all the students that have been present to meet you at the FINS booth. It's in our finance stage, so they'll be able to chat with you there.
All right. All right, so I guess we'll be seeing people in the booth. We'll be there all day for the duration of the fair. Come by and we can address any question that you might have. And thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Hey everyone, a warm welcome to this presentation with Linnaeus University, a modern international university in the Småland region of Sweden. With you here today, it's me, Sofia Bugge. I'm a communication officer and I work with international student recruitment at Linnaeus University. And if you want to reach me, there's my email address. And likewise, you can chat with me on our webpage if you have questions. With me, I also have Adrian, one of our students in mathematics and modeling. He's doing our master program and he is from Madrid. So feel free to ask questions to him in Spanish as well.
Hola amigos, my friends.
So what are we going to talk about today? Well, first I'm going to say some words about Sweden in general, and then I'm going to tell you a little bit more about Linnaeus University, and some practical information that can be good to know if you are interested in applying. And afterwards, I will hand over to Adrian and he will tell you a little bit more about how it is to be a student here. And so you show you some pictures from campus and the nature around it. And then we'll have some Q&A. But feel free to ask questions during the presentation and we will answer them afterwards. So I'm going to start by showing you a video about Linnaeus University. So that was a short video about Linnaeus University. I hope everyone was able to see it and hear it. If you weren't, please visit our YouTube page and you will find a lot of more videos also about Linnaeus University. So it's a really good place to look in if you are interested and learn more about our university and see more of our campuses and so on. So I thought I'm going to start by telling you some brief facts about Sweden. We are quite a small country with a population of 10 million people, and our capital is Stockholm. We are on the top 5 in the world when it comes to innovation, safety, democracy and human rights, environmental friendly, and gender equality. We have a lot of famous companies as IKEA, H&M, Ericsson, Volvo, Spotify, and Skype. And as you can see from some of the pictures here, we have a large variety when it comes to nature, but we also have a lot of culture. And Adrian and I was actually just talking about the Northern Lights before. If you go up north, you can see them and it's something really special. In Sweden, we have 4 different seasons. We have the autumn that is colorful, but can be a bit windy and rainy. And we have the winter that we are in right now, where we have temperatures down to minus 15 degrees Celsius, but just often below 0. Right now, it's actually minus 8 where I am, and it's a bright and sunny day, and we have snow, so it's beautiful conditions. In the spring, it's usually sunny and a little bit windy with temperatures of 10 to 15 degrees. And the summer can be warm and sunny with temperatures above 20 degrees, so perfect for going swimming. If you are interested in Sweden in general, I would recommend looking at this webpage. It's a perfect place to find more information about Sweden and things as business, culture and traditions, nature, different quick facts, society, and so on. So it's a good place to learn about Sweden in general. But if you are interested in studying in Sweden, I would also recommend this site. It shows you more about life as a student in Sweden. It gives you information about all the programs that you can study at different Swedish universities. It gives you information about how to plan your studies before coming here, about actually moving to Sweden, and student blogs from students that are here. So check out this site. And that's all I'm going to say about Sweden in general. And now I'm going to talk about Linnaeus University. So I'll start by just showing a brief video that shows a little bit about our campuses. So, as it said in the video, we are one of Sweden's youngest universities. And we are established in 2010 as a merger between two already existing universities, Växjö University and Kalmar University. And that's actually why we have two different campuses, one in Växjö and one in Kalmar. In the video, it says that we have 33,000 students, but actually now we have 44,000 students. So we are increasing and growing fast. We have 2,000 employees, and this makes us the 6th largest university in Sweden in the number of students. We are also listed high on Shanghai ranking, and I will tell you more about that in a bit. Linnaeus University is a university where life and everything is possible. We offer a broad range of subjects within art and humanities, health and life science, social science, natural sciences, technology, business, and economics. So we have a big variety of programs and courses depending on what you are interested in. We have approximately 50 programs that are taught in English, and we have 2,200 international students on campus. So if we look a little bit about where we are situated, as I said before, we are in Sweden, which I hope you know by now, and we are in the southern part of Sweden. And we have two campuses, one in Växjö and one in Kalmar, and it's around 1 hour by train between the different campuses. And if you look at the map on the right, you can see like how they are located compared to each other. The easiest way to get here is to take a flight to Copenhagen airport and then take the train. And then it's 2.5 to 3.5 hours by train from Copenhagen, depending on if you're going to Växjö or Kalmar. Likewise, it's 3 to 4 hours by train to Stockholm. Now I want to tell you a little bit about our different campuses. We first have Växjö campus, where Adrian is located, and he will tell you a little bit more about campus life there as well. So Växjö is the capital of the county of Kronoberg, and it has 90,000 inhabitants. It's called the greenest city in Europe because it has a large focus on sustainable development. But likewise, it is also a green city if you see to the number of parks and greeneries and forests that is surrounding the city. It is located in the heavily forested part of Småland, and that contributes to that we have a large forestry and wood industry research at the university. Something that is unique about our Växjö campus is that it is a US-style campus. And that means that all the students, or most of the students, they live on campus, and also on campus, they have most of their lives. So they have restaurants, food markets, gym, and other kind of leisure facilities, and the university facilities, university library, all within a couple of minutes walking distance. And that's something that is really unique to that campus. We also have a campus in Kalmar, and Kalmar is the student city by the sea. It is the capital of the county of Kalmar with 70,000 inhabitants. And our university is internationally prominent when it comes to research in the natural sciences that are linked to the Baltic Sea. And in Kalmar, we have city integrated university location, and we actually built brand new facilities in Kalmar in 2019. So during the Christmas break now, we moved into our new library that is actually located just by the sea, and you will have an ocean view from the library. So Kalmar is quite a small historical city that has a lot to offer. I'm going to show you one more video with some of our international students that are telling a little bit more about life here.
I gotta be honest, when I was coming to Dhaka, I was really stressed about this. I was afraid that I'm not gonna fit in.
Just move here without knowing anyone and just starting a new life here.
First few days was challenging, of course, because I came from a very hot country. But then after that period, it's super nice, and the Swedish summer, awesome. This is Nahian. I came from Bangladesh around 2 years ago, and I'm studying Innovation Masters. Living here on the campus, the best part is like there is always something to do. Maybe a fika, or maybe doing some sort of workshop, you know. And we have two different pubs, student pubs. We have a gym here. We have library, real nice library here. So everything is really good.
My name is Natalia Pavlova. I come from Russia, Moscow. I was born and raised there, and I just graduated from a master's degree. I was doing a double degree with my home university, and in Sweden I studied entrepreneurship business studies. What I loved about campus culture is not really common for Russia. We don't really have campuses, and which was cool is that once you're free, you can literally call your friends and be like, hey, I'm going to be over at your place and in like 15 minutes and we're going to watch a movie or do some other stuff, do a taco night or anything. IUF University is very international and you don't feel alone here. You're definitely going to find someone who is going to support you and become your friend throughout this whole amazing trip.
My name's Alice. I'm from China. I'm now studying the International Tourism Program. When I first moved here in Kalmar, I joined the Introduction Week or the Welcome Week with my student association, like Kalmar S. We have different activities. I get to know my classmates, also like more Swedish people. Here in Kalmar, the student is more involved into the city. Like, for example, if we go out, we're going to the city bars. We also meet people who work in the city. I would say I like the atmosphere that we get in touch with the city people to really know about the industry or know about the society.
It's really nice to actually be out somewhere calm because Moscow is really stressed. I can actually go out of my room and feel the nature, you know. You don't have time for that in Moscow. Here you do have time for that.
So that was a short video about the student life at Linnaeus University and some of our international students. So if we look at Linnaeus University in the world, we have roughly 730 incoming international students each year, and we have around 2,200 active international students on campus. We also have a lot of students going on exchange, around 290 each year. And we also have 780 partner universities in more than 80 different countries. So even if you come to Linnaeus University to study your bachelor or your master's, you can spend part of that program abroad in another country if that's something you would wish to do. As I mentioned before, we have a broad variety of programs. We offer bachelor programs in business and economics, design, computer science and IT, and mathematics. And we also have master programs in business and economics, behavioral science, computer science and IT, cultural studies and social science, design and language, mathematics, natural science, technology, and engineering. And within these different fields, we have a lot of different interests or different directions that you can go. So I would definitely recommend going into our webpage and having a look at the different programs and see if there is something that is in your interest. We also, of course, offer a lot of single subject courses that you can choose from. Something that is unique with Linnaeus University is that we have a big collaboration with IKEA, a collaboration that is called The Bridge. It's a multidisciplinary research and education collaboration about life at home and the conditions of production. And it's something that is a part of the master program, Innovation through Business Engineering and Design. And through this, we also get to partake of foundation from the Kamprad Family Foundation, a foundation that actually has more money than the Nobel Prize Foundation. So this is something that is quite unique about Linnaeus University. So if you want to apply to Linnaeus University, as most of you are Spanish students and therefore citizens of EU, that means that you don't have to pay the application or the tuition fee. That basically means that it is free for you to study at Linnaeus University. And since you are an EU citizen, you don't either have to apply for residence permit, but you are allowed to just move here. Something that you do have to pay for, however, is cost of living. So this is just an example of what it can cost to live in Sweden. However, I just want to say that it is depending on your individual lifestyle, and a lot of our students are living on less than this. But 850 euros per month is approximately the living cost. So why should you choose Linnaeus University? As I mentioned before, we are ranked on Shanghai ranking, where we are listed among top 800 to 900 out of 18,000 universities in the world. That means that we offer high quality education and high quality research. We have an informal teaching style. We have a study environment that stimulates curiosity, creativity, and critical thinking. And you always have teaching and research staff in close proximity to you as a student. That means that you can always ask your teachers if you have questions, and they will encourage you to critically think about what they are saying, and they are always up for a discussion. We have highly praised university environments. Linnaeus University was positioned as number 1 and 2 in terms of campus buildings, campus environments, and nice places to be in the International Student Barometer in 2014. Now, 2014 is quite a while ago, but since then, we built brand new facilities in Kalmar. If you see the picture in the background, the yellow picture is our new library that I said before that we moved in during the Christmas. So I actually haven't even been there myself yet, but I'm really excited to go. And as you see, it is an ocean view. At Linnaeus University, we offer a high quality of life. As I mentioned before, Växjö is declared the greenest city in Europe, and Kalmar is a charming medieval tourist city located by the Baltic Sea. Whatever city you live in, you will always be able to reach all of the city parts and campus parts by bike, so you don't have to spend any time commuting. We have a large community of international students. We have a long tradition of internationalization, and we offer cultural insights from all over the world. And you will meet people from a lot of different countries. We have an active student life. We have buddy programs, friend-family projects, student unions, and student associations. So whatever interest you have, I'm sure you can find people with similar interests. Creativity, innovation, sustainability, equality, and diversity are strong Swedish values, and likewise, it is strong values at Linnaeus University. So if you want to apply, you apply on universityadmissions.se. Actually, the application deadline, if you want to apply for this fall, was 15th of January. However, we are open for late applications, so you can also apply now. And also, since you are an EU citizen, you can apply in the Swedish round. that opens the 15th of March. If you want to apply and you feel insecure about how to apply, please reach out to me and I will help you out. As I mentioned before, you can either send me an email or you can reach me through our webpage where we have a chat function, and I will share the link for that as well. Here are some useful links. Our webpage, if you want to see more about or more inspiration about study at Linnaeus University, you can also visit www.lnu.se/study, where you'll find more inspiration. If you want to chat either with me or with students at the university right now, you can go to www.se/en/chat, and there you will find a lot of our students. If you have questions about your application, you can email study@lnu.se and we will help you out. We also have a Facebook page and a Twitter account and a YouTube account and an Instagram account and a WeChat account for the Chinese students. So if you want to follow us on any kind of social media, please feel free to do so. And now I'm actually going to hand over to Adrian to tell you a little bit more about student life in Sweden.
So should I do it in Spanish or in English, you think?
Sorry?
Should I do it in Spanish?
I think you can do it in Spanish if you prefer.
Bueno, hola, ¿qué pasa? Vengo de Madrid y la verdad es que la principal motivación de venir aquí fue que la educación es gratis, básicamente. Y Suecia es un país bastante, digamos, exótico, ¿no? Y bueno, es un sitio, estoy en el campus de Växjö. El primero de todos está el Växjö y Kalmar. Y los primeros días, como ponía en el vídeo, son, bueno, más ahora con la situación del coronavirus, etcétera, un poco más difícil, pero la verdad es que no he aprendido nada de sueco, porque como está todo lleno de estudiantes de todos los sitios, pues aquí todo el mundo habla inglés y la verdad es que conoces a gente de todos los sitios y está muy bien. En cuanto a las clases, pues todo online. De momento, bueno, las primeras dos asignaturas fueron aún presenciales, pero ahora con el estado de alarma todo eso es online. Pero sí que es verdad que el estilo de la enseñanza es bastante, digamos, informal. Hay mucha libertad. Bueno, al menos en el máster. Supongo que en el grado será lo mismo. Estoy estudiando un máster. Y es bastante informal. O sea, tienes bastante libertad para entregar los trabajos un poco más tarde, si no te da tiempo, etc. Y los profesores, la verdad es que son muy abiertos en comparación a, bueno, yo estudié en la Complutense está muy bien, pero bueno, hay mucho liberalismo en cuanto a la enseñanza. Y más, el sitio es muy bonito, mueves a todos los sitios en bici, está todo muy cercano y sitios muy bonitos. Le pasé a Sofía unas fotos. I sent Sofía some pictures that I've made during my stay here. And these are basically some of the pictures. So aquí estamos delante de un castillo que está al lado de la universidad. Está a 2 minutos y es bastante curioso tener eso tan cercano a la universidad. Es bastante, no sé, bastante bonito. Y ahí estoy yo tomándome un baño en agua helada. Es algo bastante común que se hace aquí. Y bueno, if you want, Sofía, you can move to the next slide. Más fotos. Esto fue recientemente cuando hubo se congelaron todas las ramas de los árboles y parecían árboles de estos japoneses súper bonitos. Y bueno, esto fue en octubre, también en otoño. Yeah, next slide. Please. Esto fue los primeros días que llegué en verano, el 28 de agosto. Más lagos y buen tiempo. La verdad es que el tiempo, noviembre y diciembre son bastante jodidos. Pero cuando sale el sol, uff, cómo lo disfrutas. Es otro rollo el tema del tiempo. Pero mola porque te hace valorarlo muchísimo más, por lo menos en Madrid. Supongo que sitio como será más parecido como Asturias por el norte de España el tiempo, pero bueno. Is there more pictures or no?
I think that was all we had for now.
Okay. Y seguramente me esté olvidando de algunas cosas, pero si tenéis cualquier pregunta, dadle caña al chat que tenéis ahí. Estoy estudiando un máster en matemáticas y modelización y criptografía. No sé si alguno tenéis también el mismo interés, pues también preguntarme. Y poco más. Poco más. I think I've
Thank you so
said
much.
what I needed to say.
Yeah, that's great. I don't know
Well,
when you're done because I don't speak any Spanish. But
Yeah.
thank you so
Let you know.
much. So now we are open for questions, and I see that we got one. Do you have any engineering courses in English? And the answer to that is yes, we do. We have quite a lot of engineering courses, mostly on master level, but also quite a lot on bachelor. So what I would recommend you to do is go into our webpage, and then you can search for courses and programs and see if you find anything that you're interested in, if that's something that if you find your interest. So yeah, that's what I would do. I can't really show you any more details about that or tell you about any more details right now, since I don't know exactly what kind of courses you're interested in. So if you have any more questions, please feel free to ask. You can write either you can write in the chat here, or you can also visit us in our booth, of course. We will be there all afternoon, and Adrian is there as well if you want to ask questions in Spanish. Yeah. And if no one has any more questions, I think that's all we had for today. Thank you so much for listening, and hope to see you in our booth.
Thank you so much.
¿Qué tal? Yo soy Daniela y con mi compañero Andrés les vamos a exponer y hablar sobre la Universidad de Ciencias Aplicadas de Austria Alta, de University of Applied Sciences of Upper Austria. Y bueno, vamos a comenzar con la presentación. Como mencioné antes, yo soy Daniela.
Yo soy Andrés. Sí.
Y somos estudiantes los dos de la universidad. Estamos en el programa de IPM, Innovation and Product Management. Yo soy de México.
Y yo soy de Perú.
Mi compañero es de Perú. Entonces, pues, ¿por qué estudiar en Austria? Primero que nada, está situada en el centro de Europa. Es una... disculpen. Es una región donde está llena de empresas y esto hace que existan muchas oportunidades de trabajo cuando nos graduamos. Y el nivel de vida es alto. Ahora les voy a mostrar un video.
Teaching.
¿Me pueden confirmar si se escucha?
Sí, se escucha.
University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria. Teaching and learning with pleasure. Researching inquisitively. Founded in 1994, the University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria is one of the leading universities of its kind. More than 6,000 students in 70 internationally recognized degree programs, 450 academics in research and teaching, and students from 60 different countries. It's an important player in university education in Austria. Cooperations with 250 partner universities worldwide and more than 1,000 industry partners provide a vast amount of opportunities in international education and research. What makes Upper Austria special? The province of Upper Austria is located in the heart of Austria and in the center of Europe. It's a strong economic region which provides a number of advantages. More than 25% of Austria's exports come from this region, and many internationally recognized companies such as Voestalpine, BMW, KTM, Rosenbauer, and Rotax have operations here, with our graduates serving as valuable employees. This creates excellent job opportunities, resulting in a 99% employment rate for our graduates in their desired professions. And it's a safe place to live, providing one of the highest standards of living in Europe. Study where others go on holiday. Upper Austria is truly beautiful, with a wide range of leisure activities and absolutely filled with culture. Our lake district, the Salzkammergut, attracts tourists from all over the world and is well known for its crystal clear lakes, picturesque alpine mountains, and welcoming people. A University of Applied Sciences offers you the best of both worlds, a high level of education combined with practical experience and a valuable set of skills that are essential for working in the industry. Internships, either in Austria or abroad, are an integral part of every degree program, and there are many opportunities to be involved in ongoing research projects. Hagenberg, Austria's Silicon Valley. The School of Informatics, Communications and Media in Hagenberg equips students with the skills to thrive in our wired world. It provides a range of undergraduate and postgraduate courses that focus on software and hardware solutions for the challenges of tomorrow. The school is an integral part of the Software Park Hagenberg, with a host of on-site companies, startups, and research institutions. Linz, improving the quality of life. The human being is the focus of education and research activities at the School of Medical Engineering and Applied Social Sciences. In Linz, students prepare for careers in social work, public and social management, and health technologies. They work in close cooperation with NGOs and technology companies. Innovative technologies researched here have received worldwide recognition. Steyr, management in a globalized world. The School of Management in Steyr takes a holistic view of the entire value creation chain in the business world. Located in the historic city of Steyr, it features a highly international environment with a significant proportion of students coming from abroad, Programs here offer numerous possibilities for cooperation with companies and organizations. An extensive network guarantees that the managers of tomorrow will be best prepared for the challenges of a global economy.
VELS, on the forefront of technology. At the School of Engineering and VELS, students study and create engineering solutions for the technologies of tomorrow, both in terms of technological advancement and the protection of our natural environment. All 4 schools feature a very modern infrastructure with state-of-the-art laboratories, lecture halls, and equipment to provide a stimulating environment for students. In addition to receiving high-quality education, our graduates benefit from top job prospects and a seamless transition into meaningful careers.
Enjoying student life. But it's not all work and no play. Our sports club offers students, graduates, and employees a wide range of sports activities to choose from. And our students know how to party. Entertaining events such as the Crazy Boat Race Boatmania or the Solar Car Challenge are just a few examples of the playful culture to be found at our 4 campuses.
Study where knowledge is generated. The latest findings from research and development are directly integrated into teaching and project activities. Innovative solutions are developed in collaboration with students, ensuring rapid implementation into marketable products and processes. Over 600 institutions utilize the expertise of our researchers with an annual project volume of up to 20 million euros. A total of 6 centers of excellence serve as the basis for cutting-edge and industry-relevant research. Logistics, energy, medical engineering, food technology and nutrition, smart production, and automotive mobility.
Springboard University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria. The quality of our education is mirrored by the success of our graduates. Some have become the CEOs of branch offices of globally operating companies such as Google, and others have founded their own startups that have developed into well-known players in their respective industries. Our motto, "Make it real," sums it up best.
Make the University of Applied Sciences, Upper Austria, part of your reality. Join us in developing knowledge, skills, and dreams for a better tomorrow.
Muy bien, ahora voy a regresar a la presentación. ¿Pueden ver la presentación?
Sí.
Ok. Pues sí, como lo mencionaba el video, la universidad está dividida en 4 campus diferentes. Cada campus tiene su especialización. Tenemos 6,000 estudiantes internacionales y existen 9 programas en inglés, 2 bachelors que son las licenciaturas y 7 masters. Tenemos un foundation program que es básicamente un curso de nivelización, de regularización, y esto se hace antes de entrar al bachelor. El bachelor consta de 6 semestres de 3 años, un total de 180 créditos. El máster, un total de 2 años, 4 semestres y 120 créditos. El calendario escolar empieza en septiembre-octubre y solo hay admisiones para este semestre. Y las clases se imparten en inglés y el resto de los programas que están en inglés y el resto están en alemán. Para eso se necesita un B2 en los 2 idiomas. Luego, empezando con la escuela de Steyr, es el campus de negocios y administración. En hay 2 programas internacionales. Los programas internacionales son en inglés, que es el Global Sales and Marketing. Este es Global Sales and Marketing, que es el bachelor y el máster. Este programa tiene la posibilidad de hacer un triple degree, que es cambiar con otras universidades y tienes que hacer estancias en otros países. Luego viene el campus Linz y consta de 3 bachelors y 4 masters, y el programa internacional es en Medical Engineering. Y bueno, también el máster consta de 120 créditos y son 2 años académicos. Y le paso el micrófono a mi compañero Andrés.
Hola, sí se me escucha, ¿verdad?
Sí.
¿Aló? ¿Se me escucha?
Sí, se te escucha.
Sí. Ok, bueno, en el campus de Hagenberg, como decía en el video, pues está enfocado en programas relacionados a informática y sistemas. Consta de 8 pregrados y 12 posgrados de maestría, con un total de 1.500 estudiantes, de los cuales 9% en promedio son internacionales, ¿no? De varias partes, no solo de Europa, sino también incluso de otros países, ¿no? El programa internacional que es dictado en inglés, pues es Interactive Media, que es un programa de maestría, ¿no? Luego existen otros 19 programas, pues que también son posibles de acceder en caso puedan contar con la posibilidad de hablar alemán, ¿no? Energy Informatics es otra maestría, es una de las maestrías del campus. Como la mayoría de las maestrías consta de 4 semestres, también es inglés. Y bueno, está enfocada en brindar el soporte informático a las soluciones relacionadas con energía, ¿no?
Este es un máster nuevo y está implementado 100% en línea.
Interactive Media es el que había mencionado hace un momento, está enfocado en el sector de videojuegos, que últimamente pues el tema con la pandemia y todo eso, pues es un sector muy de mucha potencial. Cuenta también con otros enfoques en cuanto a soluciones de aplicaciones, donde UX Design está muy considerado, el desarrollo de páginas web y todo lo que tenga que ver con soluciones digitales que, bueno, es la forma en la que más o menos el mundo se funciona ahora, ¿no? En el campus Bells, que es el campus relacionado a los programas de ingeniería, se tienen 14 programas de pregrado y 15 maestrías, ¿no? En este campus hay una concentración mayor de estudiantes internacionales. Es el campus en el que bueno, Daniel y yo estamos cursando nuestra maestría, y cuenta con 5 programas de maestría totalmente en inglés, y me parece que un programa de pregrado también en inglés, ¿no? Uno de ellos es Automotive Mechatronics and Management. Es una maestría que cuenta con, como su nombre lo dice, pues con cursos relacionados a la industria automotriz. La currícula, no solamente en esta maestría, sino en el resto de maestrías que se imparten en la universidad, pues tienen un mix muy balanceado entre cursos muy técnicos, pero contextualizados en el ambiente económico y social también, ¿no? Innovation and Product Management es la maestría que cuenta con 2 especializaciones. Uno puede elegir entre enfocarse más en conceptos, diseño conceptuales de nuevos productos, o diseño de procesos, ¿no? En esa medida, uno puede contar con una fuerte formación en cuanto a teoría respecto a la innovación, cómo se gerencia los procesos de innovación, y una vez que los productos están ya en el mercado, cómo uno puede hacer, por ejemplo, el tema de evaluar el performance de los productos dentro de un portafolio, ¿no? Desde la perspectiva de rentabilidad económica y obviamente de comercial también, ¿no? Como estrategia. Electrical Engineering es el programa que cuenta con tanto pregrado como maestría, ambos en inglés. Es un programa que está enfocado en el diseño y la fabricación y la operatividad de nuevos devices o aparatos que están enfocados a proveer energía, no solamente para la cuestión de consumo, sino también para sistemas que estén relacionados con la electricidad. Por ejemplo, aquí en Austria se ve muy importante el tema de la industria de trenes y de transporte público, por ejemplo, que es súper organizado y está muy desarrollado. Esta carrera está enfocado un poco a eso, ¿no? Sustainable Energy Systems es una maestría que está enfocado en todas las nuevas soluciones que existen alternativas a las energías convencionales. Entonces, no solamente se explora campos como la energía solar, sino también energía eólica, el potencial de la energía hidroeléctrica o basada en hidromotores, y también la energía basada en reciclaje de desechos orgánicos, ¿no? Que es muy importante. Entonces, en Austria se ve muy desarrollado el tema o se tiene una estrategia para poder llegar a fomentar la implementación de economías circulares, pues, y este programa pues está muy ligado a eso, ¿no?
Y bueno, ¿por qué venir a estudiar con nosotros? Bueno, de entrada, como mencionábamos antes, la universidad está posicionada alrededor de muchas empresas y también, como decía el video, nosotros como estudiantes tenemos la oportunidad de ser empleados por ellos. Y aparte, la comunidad estudiantil internacional es muy grande. Y bueno, estos son los pasos de admisión. Más adelante les voy a compartir bueno, aquí vienen los links de cómo, para más información y para la aplicación en línea. La verdad es que es una aplicación muy fácil y no es muy complicada. Y para los requerimientos de visa, bueno, siendo nacionales de la Unión Europea, no se necesita una visa, pero se tienen que registrar 3 meses después de la entrada en Austria. Y bueno, para otros países, pero creo que aquí no aplica, se tiene que aplicar algún tipo de visa especial.
Sí, bueno, respecto a un poco más el lado de cómo es la vida y más o menos el costo de vida para un estudiante, pues esto podría decir que está alrededor de más o menos unos 800 euros mensuales, de los cuales en promedio uno puede optar por vivir en residencias estudiantiles o o flats compartidos, y los precios están más o menos, o los costos están en promedio con alrededor de 400, de 300 a 450. Hay buenas opciones en cuanto a residencias estudiantiles también. Aquí en Bels, que es la ciudad en la que estamos nosotros, pues hay 2 alternativas y pues si ustedes prefieren estas opciones, sí les aconsejaría ver con tiempo, con unos más o menos 5 a 6 meses con anticipación. Eso es la reserva de los lugares, ¿no? Porque sí se acaban más o menos rápido. Y los costos por semestre están alrededor, en el caso para personas de la Comunidad Europea, pues 363 euros, y para el resto del mundo, pues es prácticamente el doble, ¿no? 726 euros el semestre.
Y pues si tienen más dudas, no duden en preguntarnos. Bueno, no sé si se puede abrir una sesión de preguntas y respuestas.
Sí, hay un link en la
Bueno,
parte de mensaje.
estos son nuestros datos para embajadores estudiantiles. Si se sienten más cómodos y necesitan ayuda en español, por ejemplo, estamos nosotros y también me parece que hay 1 o 2 estudiantes de España también. Voy a dejar de compartir la pantalla y no sé si en el chat pueda dejar un link para, bueno, hay un link para preguntas y respuestas, o sea, si tienen más dudas, aquí tenemos este link. Y los manda a la página de la universidad. Y pues no sé si tengan más preguntas en específico, pero aquí no sé si se pueda. Que parece que no. No. No sé si ustedes, los que nos están viendo la transmisión, pueden abrir el micrófono si tienen alguna duda. No.
Esperamos unos 10 minutos a ver si hay alguna duda o nos pueden preguntar algo y pues les ayudamos, ¿no?
Sí.
Bueno, el chat también estoy poniendo mi correo electrónico. Como dijo mi compañera Daniela, pues en la página web de la universidad está un directorio, se encuentra un directorio de la gente relacionada a este programa de Ambassadors de la universidad y pues ahí van a poder ver quiénes hablan en español. Si es que desean pues hacer sus consultas en español, pues con mucho gusto, ¿no? De todas maneras, nosotros dos estamos poniendo nuestro mail ahí para que nos puedan hacer sus consultas si desean.
Okay, so apparently we have no questions. I personally don't speak Spanish, so I haven't been able to completely follow the webinar. So yeah, in this case, I think we should, if there's nothing else that you'd like to add, I think it would be a good idea to close the live stream now. And we'll encourage anybody who is viewing this a little bit later to come down to your booth and have a chat with you, because I guess they'll be able to find you there. Right.
So is it possible for them to see the chat? Because we dropped some links in our emails just in case they would have more questions.
It's not there. No. I'll post them over here, and then they'll be able to see them. I don't know where you posted them, but it hasn't showed up on the chat.
Yeah.
So just leave them in the meeting over here, and I'll post them for you. Okay. Alex, let's go ahead and close.
welcome to this session, which is intended to give you some information you need about the University of Greenwich Business School. My name is Ray Powell, and I'm the Business School Admissions Tutor. What that means is I and a team of people are here to give you help and advice and support, and we get the privilege of looking at your applications as well, because as you know, university is a competitive process. There are things that you need to be able to go through, but most importantly, we want to make sure that we're right for you, and that you're right for us. What that means is you need to think about what it is that you want to study and what it is that you actually are thinking about for a future career as well, and where you want to study, because of all the universities there are in the world, University of Greenwich is just one. Great though it is, and I would say that, wouldn't I, because I do work here. What you need to do is make sure that we're right for you. What you need to do is give some thought to what you want to do, because it's surprising how many people don't know what they want to do, and it's surprising how many people think, well, I just want to go to university, which is fine. If that's the first step, fantastic, but you will need to think carefully about what you want to do at university. As I say, I'm the admissions tutor for the business faculty. The University of Greenwich is located in Southeast London, and when people say to me, in pre-COVID days, of course, I would be traveling around and getting the chance to talk to you in your own country, and people would say, I want to study business, and I would go, that's great, fantastic, but you're not helping me very much. What do you mean when you say you want to study business? Because at the University of Greenwich, we have far more than 40 undergraduate programs, and many postgraduate programs as well. So when you say you want to study business, my question is always, well, do you mean you want to study accountancy and finance? Do you want to study economics? Do you want to study tourism? Tourism is my area. I'm actually a working academic. I teach in that field as well. So I know what it's like as a university to be a teacher here. So you need to think about that. And that's just 3 programs, transport and logistics management, PR, marketing, the list goes on, and I will tell you a little bit more about that. So as I say, what I want you to do today, I'll be talking to you for 40 minutes or so, and I'll give you the opportunity to ask any questions that you might have at the end. There's a chat box that you can type the questions into, which I'll be looking at. I mean, if you've got a question, now is a good time to ask it. You will be able to contact us afterwards. You can email the university, or you can speak to the people that you've been speaking to at the agency to enable you to get your questions answered. But the most important thing is you think, well, what is the answer to my question? What is it I want to study? What do I need to do in order to do that? What qualifications will I need to get? What grades will I need to get? What can I study? What am I interested in? What are my options afterwards? So I want this talk to be something that we're able to give you the information that you need in order to be able to do that. I do have a PowerPoint presentation, which I will put on, and I'll talk you through it. But, you can write your questions in, and I will deal with them at the end. So let me just share my screen with you. Takes a bit of time to warm up to that. Hopefully now you can see on screen the picture of the University of Greenwich. The weather isn't quite like that at the moment. We're in a snowy London just at the moment. I'm sure a lot of Europe is with the same storm as well. But ordinarily, we are a wonderful campus right in the heart of Southeast London. We're about 12 to 18 minutes away by train from Charing Cross, right in the centre of London and London Bridge. What that means is our location is fantastic. We're right there on the River Thames, and we're a well-established university. We've been doing this for over 120 years or so, believe it or not. Not that this fabulous building was made for us, but we've been in it since the early 90s, nearly 30 years now. But we did have an existence before that. What that means is that we're very good at what we do. We've got lots and lots of experience, and we're a proper, fully functioning university with a pedigree, and it's important that you decide what is it you would like to get from the university that you do end up applying to and being accepted for. You need to think about the location. You need to think about the course that you're studying, and there are other factors that come into it. Now, London is a great city, but I would say that, wouldn't I? I live and work here, and it has great opportunities in terms of the business field, because just across the river from us is the fabulous City of London, which is the financial and business centre of the United Kingdom, actually. But certainly this bit, what that does mean for us is that we have expertise on hand, and we have those easy access to the potential for job opportunities, which is really, really important, because one of the things we do in the business faculty is not just about the academic side of your studies. The academic side of your studies needs to mean something, and that means that it has to be something which is useful to you. And I don't just mean for your academic and intellectual development. That's crucial and really, really important to get right on its own as well. But you also need to think, well, what about my future career? If you're thinking about a business degree, chances are you're thinking about the career that you want to have with that. And business, people that choose business degrees do tend to have that kind of focus. It's very unusual for someone to say, I want to do business, but I don't know why. I want to do this type of business, but you tell me why. I don't know. I can't tell you why. You need to come up with the answers for that yourself. So the most important thing is that you pay attention to that. And Greenwich is a great place to study. It's a little bit more like this picture at the moment. It does look beautiful in the snow. But we are a World Heritage Site. We're slap bang in the middle of a World Heritage Site. We are on the site of the old Royal Naval College. This, our building here in the Greenwich campus, was for many years the home of the British Navy, and for several decades after that, it was a seamen's hospital. It was a place for injured sailors to recover. So we have a strong maritime history based on the river, and since we have been there as a university, we make full use of those facilities. We're a modern university, despite the fact that we have these fantastic buildings, which people sometimes think, oh, was Harry Potter filmed there? No, Harry Potter wasn't filmed here, but lots and lots of other films are. So you've probably seen the Greenwich campus many, many times. But the Faculty of Business is based entirely on this campus. We have, as a university, 3 campuses, with science and engineering taking place on our Medway campus in Kent, which is about a 40-minute bus ride from the centre of Greenwich, where we are. And we also have Avery Hill, which is about 3 miles from us, which is where we have other faculties like health and social care, for example. But business is entirely located on this campus. So if you're doing a business course, all of your lessons, all of your lectures and tutorials will take place here. Of course, we are in an unusual situation with COVID, and currently, the campus is closed for face-to-face teaching for business faculty. What that means is all our teaching like this has moved online. When that will end, we're hopeful that will be soon, but it's a global pandemic, and it doesn't just affect our university. So it's one of the things that we are doing. But we have moved online really quite successfully. We've been doing this since the first lockdown in the UK, which was in March. And we will monitor that very, very carefully. But we know exactly what we're doing, and hopefully the face-to-face aspect of the university life will be with us before too long. But we can't make any predictions about that. But what we do know is safety is our #1 priority. But whatever happens, teaching is taking place, teaching and learning is taking place, and that's fantastic. Now, as a university, as I say, we have a number of faculties, Faculty of Business being one of them, being the biggest in actual fact, but we also, architecture, computing, humanities, science, and all of these other things. We do have quick transport links to London. I don't know if you know London very well, but London is a big city, it's fair to say. About 10 million people or so live in London, live and work in London. But we do have good rail links, and what that does mean is Greenwich is handily situated for good public transport links, which is important, because you will need to think, if you're thinking Greenwich is the right university for you, you will need to think, where am I going to live? We do have student accommodation available in Greenwich and by our Avery Hill campus. and others are available, as well as, of course, private lettings, which some people do favour. So you will need to think about: is this the right location for me? Is this the right course for me? Is this where I want to study? And of course, as I say, we are slap bang in the middle of a World Heritage Site, which means that we're a tourist attraction in itself, which is great for me. I told you tourism is my speciality, and what that does mean is that you will probably have seen us. You probably have definitely heard of Greenwich, because Greenwich Mean Time, the world meridian, runs through Greenwich, and of course every other place on the meridian as well throughout the world. But Greenwich, we do have our observatory there, and that's where the International Committee at the end of the 19th century decided would mark the point between the East and Western hemispheres. So you can go up on the hill just by our campus and stand with one foot in the East and one foot in the West, and people do. It's a big major tourism attraction. And the O2, which was the Millennium Dome all those years ago, Madison Square Garden used to be the biggest and most prestigious music venue in the world. Well, our very own U2 Arena in Greenwich has overtaken that as the world's #1 venue, and that's done a great deal to attract the big bands and everything else that you want to see to the area. What that means is it's a thriving, bustling area with lots and lots of activity of all sorts, commercial, business, and social, which is fantastic, COVID permitting, obviously. And therefore, I would say Greenwich is a great place to study. We have 3 campuses, as I said, but business is entirely based on Greenwich. But that doesn't mean that we're old-fashioned. Far from it. Despite what our buildings might suggest, we do have that rich heritage. Those buildings were, I think, finished in 1753, so they've got a fantastic pedigree, and we make full use of that one. But we also have a world-class library, which we have built in Greenwich, opened in 2016, and that facility means that we have slap bang up-to-date multimedia suites and computing and everything that you would need for a world-class university, because we are a world-class university. And I don't say that lightly, and I'm not saying that because that's what everybody says about their university. You need to do your homework and make a decision about whether what we're offering is what you're interested in. But we are very conscious of the fact that what we need to do is make sure that we are up to date if we want to maintain our world-class standing. And by world-class, I mean we attract students from all over the world, believe you me, all over the world, as well as the UK, obviously. And it means that we have a fantastic internationally relevant program to offer in terms of the courses that we do. And as I said, the business school is the largest in the whole university. We have about 4,500 students. So what? I hear you say. What does it matter? Well, what that matters is 4,500 students just in the business school. The whole university has upwards of 20,000 students. What that means is we're really quite big, and that enables us to offer the wide variety of courses that I've mentioned. Because if we were smaller, then we wouldn't be able to offer the variety of courses, simply because when a course runs, it needs to have the people doing that course to make it viable. And if we didn't have that, we wouldn't be able to run the course, and we would have fewer and fewer courses. A lot of overseas universities, for example, they will say, yes, we offer business, and you'll say, well, what business do you offer? And they say, well, we offer business. We have a course in business. Well, as I say, we have more than 40, so you need to choose the right sort of business for you. And that does mean that we're able to offer a wide range of courses at undergraduate, masters, and doctorate levels. We do the full range, and of course pre-university as well. We do offer a number of what we call the extended 4-year courses. If you don't quite meet the entry requirement for the degree, we can spend a year getting your skills up to scratch to enable you to fully participate and get your degree. Business faculty is divided up into 5 departments. So as I say, accounting and finance. Well, you can guess the degree programs that accounting and finance are interested in and deliver. My department is marketing, events, and tourism. I told you I was a tourism specialist, but we also have human resources and organizational behavior, international business and economics, and systems management and strategy. That's because we offer such a wide range of programs. We need to have that structure in order for us to be able to deliver that effectively. And each program is different. I wouldn't pretend that if you're studying a degree in tourism management, that that means that you would be a qualified accountant at the end of it. Of course it wouldn't, and you wouldn't expect that. But what it does mean is that we offer a good mix of staff. We're able to attract high quality staff to teach you what you need to teach, many of whom are, you know, still engaged in their business, because we have the opportunities for people to develop that career. But we're not all just teachers. Like any university, we offer the chance to deal with experts in the field, and that's always a good thing. And of course, one of the things that you need to think about is the future. So what is it that you're going to be actually doing when it comes to when you've got your degree? Because, you know, believe you me, a degree is fantastic. BA or BSc after your name is great. But then what? What does that mean? Well, a degree is fantastic, but wherever we can, we look to make sure that if you need professional accreditation to deliver in your chosen field, then where possible, we will incorporate that into getting your degree. So your training and getting the qualifications that you need for your career, where that's appropriate. For example, the Chartered Institute of Management Accountants, CIMA qualifications might be something that you need, because even having a degree isn't necessarily the passport to everything that you need to do. You still need to maybe get more specific qualifications at a professional level. Well, where we can, we do that. And of course, things like architecture, that's not a business program. We do have a different faculty for that one, but architecture is a popular program, and it might be something that you're interested in, even though you're listening to me talking about business now. But we would look to make sure that you register with RIBA, the Associated British Architecture, which is important for your professional accreditation. So where we can, we do. So it's important that you make a choice about other universities that you might be interested in, and see whether they offer the same kind of accreditation. Now, we are a university, and that means that we're many, many things. But one of the things that we're very proud of in the business faculty is the excellent learning and teaching that we offer. We take it seriously, and we want you to take it seriously as well. Why do we take it seriously? Because it's worth it, because it's important, because it's something that we've got to get right. And we do that by making sure that our courses are relevant and up to date, modern academic courses. We're not by any means stuck in the mud. We make sure that our programs are relevant, and we have to do that because they are reassessed regularly, and if they're not relevant, we wouldn't be allowed to run them. So we need to make sure that our teaching is delivered to a standard, which means that people are happy with what we do. And when I say people, I mean you as students, but also industry that will be employing our graduates, and also everybody that is a stakeholder with the university. Now, if you're thinking university is about sitting in a lecture theatre and being told what to think, well, no. There are lectures, of course there are, but lectures are one of the ways that we engage with the teaching and learning that you will need to do. And you will have tutorials, hands-on explanations, practicals, laboratory work if you're doing science-based subjects, for example. And also, one of the things that we take seriously in the business school is employability. We want to make sure that the skills you're getting, skills and knowledge, are relevant to your future career. Even if you don't know what that future career is yourself yet, we can give you the opportunity to explore and make some discoveries about yourself and some discoveries about what you like and what you don't like. It's surprising how many people think, well, yeah, I definitely want to do this. And when they do it, they think, actually, no, I don't want to do that. That's normal. That's good. But you need to, make fully informed decisions. Actually, the same as choosing a university and a course in the first place. Make sure that your decisions are fully informed. So we have a range of teaching activities for you, including self-directed learning in our wonderful self-study facilities, the library that I mentioned now, but also it's not just about books these days, important though they are. There's also the range of ICT and online and electronic things that we have. And we have high expectations for you. And I hope you have high expectations of us. I'd be disappointed if you didn't, and I'm confident that we can meet that, because in the Teaching Excellence Framework, which is one of the ways in which teaching is measured in the UK, we achieved a silver award. I'll be honest, there is a gold award above this, which very few institutions in the UK achieved. And we're working towards it. We know that silver is good, but we recognize that it's never good. Even when we get gold, we're not going to say, great, we've achieved it, job done, we can take our eye off the ball now. No, it's a constant thing. You need to constantly monitor it. And we always know that there's work to be done. We always know that even though we're silver, even though our teaching and learning is excellent, what we need to do is make sure it stays that way and improves. And improves is the thing. So you need to make a decision about whether every institution you're interested in takes it quite as seriously. I hope they do, and they should do, but we certainly do. And that's the only thing that I have any participation in. I can't speak for other institutions. But the kind of courses that we're talking about, as I say, 40 undergraduate courses, I'm not going to list them all. Hopefully you've got some idea of the kind of thing that you're interested in. And hopefully you've picked up on the fact that if you're going to tell me that you're interested in business, you know what I'm going to say. I'm going to say, well, what aspect of business, which particular course is it you want? Because it's important you make this right decision, because to get your degree will take 3 years. Hopefully 4 years if you take advantage of our fantastic placement year, what we call the sandwich year, which means between your second and third years, you get a placement which is paid, where you get hands-on experience of getting your job. As I said earlier, a degree is fantastic, but a degree with relevant work experience is absolutely unbeatable. So do take some time to make sure that you know what you want to study. Nobody can answer that question for you. If you said, Ray, what do I want to study? You know, I could say, well, why not do tourism? Tourism's great. And if you say, no, I don't want to do tourism, I'll say, well, okay, we've still got 39 plus courses to go through. Hopefully you will be a bit more involved in the choice which affects you. So we offer a range of courses of the type of thing that you're talking about. And as I say, we have 5 departments, as you know, within the business faculty. And that's because we have a wide variety of courses. It's not 40 plus courses with business in the title. But if you're interested in marketing, we can do that. If you're interested in international business, we can do that. If you're interested in business management, we can do that. Advertising and digital marketing, and so on, and so on, and so on. Now, if you're interested in postgraduate study, which you might be, the same rules apply. The question you need to ask yourself is actually, what is it that you're interested in? What do you want to study? Why do you want to study it? What is it that you think will provide you with the necessary motivation to actually get out there and do it and study for 3 years, or 1 year in the case of a master's or more? What are you hoping to do with it? Because make no mistake, it's a big commitment of time and money. And it's important that you recognize that, and it's important that you get it right. It would be a shame to waste either your time or your money. So make sure that you've got a good idea of what you want. And I talked about those courses, and this is true of undergraduate and postgraduate. If you visit our website, which is www.gre.ac.uk, you can visit that site anytime you like. You don't need a special login. You don't need to be a student to log into that one. You will have your own login, which gives you access to the full portal when you are a student. But for the purposes of looking, it's on gre.ac.uk. And if you do /study, you will be able to type in any program that you're interested in, and you will get full details of that course, including how you'll be assessed, when you'll be assessed, what you'll be studying each year of the program, what's in the course, what's in each module, the number of exams you'll have to do, the number of assignments that you've got, the whole range of things, as well as information about the background to the course. So gre.ac.uk /study. You don't need to take my word for it. You can check, and that's an important university skill. Don't take anybody's word for it. Check, do your research, do your homework. And if you do gre.ac.uk /study, it will get you to this page. And you can see that that's where you can say, where it says find your course, just type in the course that you're interested in, see what comes up. And don't be frightened to search and play around with it, because that's exactly what it's for. I mentioned that we're a world-class university, and I'm very proud of that. And one of the things that you should be interested in is whether that's true. Well, there is a government-sponsored website, HESA.ac.uk, HESA, HESA. And HESA is an independent body, nothing to do with any university in the UK. And they monitor every university in the UK, the Higher Education Statistics Agency, and they collect and check and publish all the information about UK higher education, all the programs, all the universities, and it gives you a way that you can check what is. I mean, for example, you'll forgive me, I hope, if I mention tourism again. It is my area and I'm very proud of it. We're #1 for tourism in London. What that means is, of all the universities in London, and there are many, if you want to study tourism, then Greenwich comes top of those statistics, and you can look at that for any program that you're interested in. Now, obviously, you can choose the highest ranked university, but when you look at university rankings, please do remember that that's absolutely everything. If you look at The Guardian, for example, or the Times Higher Education, and it gives you a ranking of universities, you might say, well, I want to go to the top university, which I think in this country is currently Cambridge University. Well, great, apply. Fantastic. If they've got what you want and that's where you want to go and they'll let you in, go for it. But you might want to check out individual programs, because within the rankings for each individual university, you need to think about the rankings for your particular course. You need to think about the location. For example, I just mentioned tourism, #1 in London. So if you want to study in London and you wanted to study tourism, you probably couldn't do better than what we're offering. And I'm enormously proud of that one. So there is a nuanced approach to this. So make sure that you understand something about the way in which your particular program works, and don't be blinded just by the rather crude league table of universities. By all means, go to any university that offers you what you want, but you need to be clear what it is that you want in order to be able to do that. And HESA is a good way of checking that out. It's a good thing for you to be able to any decision you make really needs to be from a solid knowledge base, and that's a higher education skill that we would always encourage. Well, you can start doing that now and find out the facts. So visit hesa.ac.uk and type in some universities and some courses that you're interested in and see what comes up and see what you can make of that data. Now, I'm talking about the university. I'm showing you where we are. I'm talking about the importance of an education. I'm talking about the importance of making sure that you are able to get the course that you want, that you meet the requirements. It is competitive, as I said earlier. It is something that you need to be able to make sure that we're right for you, as well as you being right for us. And I don't just mean on academic grounds, by the way. I mean, are we the kind of place that you want to study at? Every university has its own characteristics, I'm sure you'll find. But a key question that's worth asking that you need to think about as well is, what can you do with a business degree? There is a program in the UK and other places, the Dragon's Den. In fact, the American version used to be hosted by Donald Trump when he was a television celebrity rather than President of the United States. In the UK, it's hosted by Lord Alan Sugar, a businessman. And essentially, people pitch their ideas, and it's a very popular program. People are always interested in business. And on Dragon's Den, people pitch their ideas. They're looking for investment to see what the will the idea run? Is it worth an investment? Is this a good business idea? And that's a bit of fun. It's a television show, but essentially, business ideas are about thinking, can this run? But a business degree, you need the skills to be able to do that pitch on the Dragon's Den. You need to have the skills to be able to understand what it is that a business can do, what it is you need to do to make your business successful. And whether you're looking for self-employment, whether you're an entrepreneur, or whether you're looking for employment in a particular career or profession, whatever else it might be, a degree will give you skills that you need. And we talk about generic and transferable skills. Any degree isn't a training course. This is not an apprenticeship. This is not something that you will be doing and be told what to do. Any degree will develop you intellectually. It will give you the skills and knowledge, experience and confidence to be able to say, yeah, I can do this. I understand the way business works, or whatever else it might be that's of particular relevance. How do people learn to be doctors, for example? We don't have a medical school at Greenwich, but if you want to be a doctor, I would study medicine, not business skills. Those kind of skills aren't necessarily transferable, but there is an overlap, for example, in the kind of things that you will learn and the kind of skills for your CV, the generic skills. When, for example, employers say we want to employ a graduate, somebody who has a degree, why would they do that? Well, partly because when you've got a degree, that means that you're able to show that you have a range of skills. That a degree is yes, I've got the piece of paper which says I've got this degree, and that kind of tells employers and others that you will know what you're talking about because you will have had the relevant experience, otherwise you wouldn't have got the degree. And the kind of things we're talking about there for business skills, understanding of organizational behavior and structure. You might say, well, what is there to know? Yeah, exactly. Lots. Analytical and critical thinking. Take it for granted by all means, but it's a skill that needs to be developed. And that's kind of what I was talking about with you, and checking out the HESA skills. Have a look at what the data says. Don't rely on me telling you Greenwich is great. It's fantastic. It's where you should come. That's absolutely not what I'm saying. I'm saying that's a decision for you. And to make that decision, you need to practice your analytical and critical thinking. Look at the data. Tell me what you think. Make your decision based on that. It's something which is important to do, which gives you a creative approach to problem solving, decision making, and of course, all of these other factors, including the persuasive written and oral communication. You will be doing a lot of communication in a variety of ways, not just about exams, believe you me. And so it goes. So these are all skills that are worth having. And university is a great opportunity to actually develop and, more importantly, perhaps practice those skills in a safe, supportive, nurturing environment. Because I can promise you now, if you knew everything you need to know in order to get a degree when you start, well, what would there be left for us to do? Why would it take you 3 or 4 years to get your degree? Of course, there's things to learn. And like anything that you're going to learn, you will make mistakes. Imagine, for example, if you had to take your driving test without ever having sat behind the wheel of a car. It wouldn't be too much of a surprise if the vast majority of people fail. If the first time you've sat behind the wheel of a car, you're being tested on whether you can drive a car. You have to learn. You have to develop the skills. You have to practice. Same with intellectual journeys. Same with getting a degree. You have to practice. That's what a degree does. That's what we give you the opportunity to do. And by the time you have completed, by the time you pass your driving test, by the time you graduate with BA or BSc after your name, then that's a pretty good indicator. Like your driving license, it's an indicator that you can do what you say you can do. I can drive a car. Look, I've passed my test. I can think critically and analytically and all these other things because, look, I've got my degree. And that works well for that. You might also, I mentioned earlier, the investment of time and money. You might also want to think about your future. I would, if I were you. That's really, really important. I know it can seem like you're fixated on just on getting the degree at this particular point. Getting into university is everything. That's it. My life is over when I've got into university. Absolutely not true, fortunately. But you might want to think about the value it's going to add. I've talked about the intellectual value that a degree brings, but in terms of earnings, and this is true universally pretty much, at 21, thereabouts, the average earnings for a graduate are much better than somebody that left school at 16 or so. But look at what happens to that curve over the course of a career. And that's because graduate skills are very much in demand. And that also means that graduates tend to get the more interesting, more involved, more trustworthy jobs, the more interesting work, not just the kind of repetitive stuff. So, you might say, well, I want to be earning, huge money right from the start. Well, good luck with that. It can happen if you choose the right profession. I don't quite know what that profession is. But essentially, it's more than about the money, I would argue. It's also about enjoyment and job satisfaction and doing the career that you want to do. Now, if you don't know the career that you want to do, obviously you've got some thinking to do. But that's what I said earlier as well, isn't it? Make sure that you do know what you're doing. So it is worthwhile thinking about the money. It is worthwhile thinking about the job satisfaction. And if you get job satisfaction and money, well, you can't really go wrong, can you? So do think about that. Do think about, if you're thinking about, is a degree right for me because it's going to cost me money? Again, I can't answer that other than to say you will need to assess your situation and make that decision. But that kind of data gives you some idea of the benefits that a degree can bring, not just intellectually and academically, but also financially if things work out. The kind of jobs that I'm talking about, what do typical business studies graduates do? And I'm conscious of the fact that when I say business studies, I'm also talking about a whole range of programs, not just business studies, but business degrees in general. Some are more vocationally based than others. For example, accountancy, people will very often go into accountancy fields or finance of some sort. But kind of thinking about the UK, it is the UK isn't exactly an outlier, but I would argue that in terms of the global situation, the UK is very well placed in the global market, Brexit notwithstanding. You need to think about what's right for you, of course. But marketing tends to be popular. A lot of people that graduate with business get a taste for it, and they go on to study further things. But when you talk about business and when you talk about management, well, a business degree is a fantastic grounding for understanding people and for understanding the nature of businesses, to understand how they work, and to think about the ways in which you can apply the skills and knowledge that you're gaining and learning and practicing in a way which means your skills are in demand. For example, managerial roles. Now, managerial roles tend to be those roles which require those higher level critical skills, and that's one of the things that you will be working towards. In terms of the employment prospects, you can see as a university, we're proud of the fact that 90% of our business graduates are effectively engaged in graduate employment. And that's important because not just employment, but graduate employment, typical of the role, or continue into higher studies. Now, obviously, we'd like that to be 100. There's no guarantees, and people make choices. 90% we're pleased with, but we're constantly working to make that higher. What that does mean is that our graduates do tend to compete very, very well when it comes to making sure that they get a share of the jobs that are out there, because our university produces people where the skills are in demand, and we support you into developing those skills in a way that you can work with in the way that suits you. We offer that support into employment, which is not to be taken lightly. It's not something that necessarily every university will have the same focus on, but for us, it's a huge, huge aspect. Employability is enormous, and if you don't believe me, check out our website. Search employability and see what happens. But what we need to do is make sure that you are prepared for whatever you want to be prepared for in the world of work in particular. And that's not something that happens automatically. It's something that you need to work at, something you need to be prepared for. And very often that happens outside the curriculum, because any business degree has a focus on the academic. You will be developing intellectually. You also need to develop those, what employers call soft skills. How to interview well isn't something that we teach specifically as part of degrees, although it's something that you will get plenty of experience with and practice, but we can guide you with that. How do you write a CV? Is something that you can't just assume everybody knows. Well, we will talk you through that extra to what you're doing as part of your degree, and that support into employment is something that's very, very important, as well as support while you study, to make sure that you get the most out of the commitment that you are putting in. And that means that people have a range of things, range of issues, a range of concern, including where am I going to live? Well, we can help you with that. We do have halls of residence. They are available, and you can have a look at that, and we can help you in other ways. For example, it can be lonely being away from home. We can help you with that. Every single one of our students, both postgraduate and undergraduate, are allocated a personal tutor who is a point of contact at the university that can help you with any particular concerns, and we'll keep an eye out and making sure that you're benefiting. And it's basically a point of contact that you can speak to even when you need to. But we can offer advice, and we can make sure, we know it's not easy. We know that it's a big, big step. But as I say, we've been doing this for more than 100 years, and we're very well used to it. And as a university, we're very outward looking. We're very internationally focused. I think at the last count, and I need to check this to be absolutely sure, I think something like at our university, we have approaching 400 different nationalities studying across all of our programs at any one time. What that does mean is we have a whole international office. We're very used to dealing with international students and their particular concerns. And it's not something that's unfamiliar to us, and something that I hope that you will be able to take advantage of, because we want you to be inspired. What I've tried to do with this talk is to give you a little bit of an insight into who we are and what we do, but most importantly, I want you to recognize that you have a job to do. Now, if there are any questions, I'd be happy to take those questions. If not, you can contact us via our website, gre.ac.uk, or you can speak to the people that you arranged this session with, and basically ask away. The most important thing is you get an answer to your questions. And as I say, we want you to be inspired. So I'll just stay online here. If there are any questions, you can type them into the chat box, and I will do my best to answer them. And thank you for listening. I hope you found it useful, and hopefully I will see you in September, or whenever you decide to join us, if that's at all possible. Bye-bye.
Hi, Ray. Thank you so much for your presentation. It covered pretty much everything.
Great.
So thank you so much for that. I've been running, I've been moderating the session, and there have been 2 questions that came through, but they came through while you were actually answering them. So I never put them forward.
That's convenient.
Yeah. So if anybody has any questions, now is the time to go to the Q&A box and let's ask those questions.
I have that open, yes.
Yeah. If not, thank you so much for your presentation. If anybody has not been able to catch this webinar from the beginning, you will be able to rewatch it as soon as we close the live session. It'll be saved. In the meantime, I'd like to invite anyone who wants to have a more personal conversation regarding their interests, and if they want to enroll, to go to the University of Greenwich's booth in the UK stage, and you'll be able to pick up any questions over there. Currently, I see there are no questions coming through. So
yeah, I've got that chat box open. I can't see any.
Amazing. So in this case, we're going to go ahead and close the live session. Thank you so much. And
no worries. Anytime, happy to. Could I? Did the slideshare work? Okay. Was it smooth?